And then you can put them on because I'm gonna plug it back up once I get one.
Oh, it's not on me yet?
It looks like you're gonna be next.
Good morning. Parole Board's call to order. It's 8:50. Today's date is 3/17/26. Serving with me is Mr. Byrock to my right, Mr. Tillis to my left. My name is Pete Freeman. I will be the acting chair. Would staff at headquarters introduce yourself, please?
Whitney Trousplayer. Sherelle Bailey.
Okay, Mr. Jupiter, is there any staff there with you?
Yes, sir.
Could they introduce themselves real quick?
Lieutenant Ball.
Okay, Ms. Barr, is there anything you want to tell us about Mr. Jupiter?
No, sir.
Okay, thanks for having us today.
Not a problem.
Today we're here for your revocation hearing. Please state your name and your DOC number.
JALEN JUPITER 767608.
767608. Okay. Do you have a parole questionnaire with you?
No, sir.
Okay, we're gonna put one up on the board and tell me if that's your signature.
Oh yeah, yes, sir. I do have one with me.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Do you understand you're not eligible for appointed counsel today? And that if you wanted appointed counsel, you would have had to hire. Do you
Yes, sir.
understand that?
Yes, sir.
Do you want to proceed today without appointed counsel?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I was assigned your case, so I'm gonna go over it. I'm gonna read your violation. You're to plead guilty, not guilty, with or without a statement. Okay, it is alleged that you're violated condition number 4. I will not engage in criminal activity, nor will I associate with people who are known to be involved in criminal activity. You'll avoid bars and casinos and refrain from illegal use of drugs and alcohol. You're charged with the subject failed to refrain from criminal activity as evidenced by his arrest by the St. Charles Parish Sheriff's Office for domestic abuse battery, burning, serious injury during this period of supervision. On 12/4/25, based on note of evidence taken in open court, the charges against Mr. Jupiter were null pros by the district attorney's office. How do you plead to that charge?
Not guilty.
Okay, tell me what happened.
Me and my girlfriend, we got in a verbal altercation because she found out about another female that was expecting in like December, and she ain't want to see me she wanted to see me in jail because she knew what it could have did, and it was
Okay.
more of it was just
All
like
right.
it
So
was a
how
verbal
did she
altercation.
how did she get the knot on her head?
I don't know. That's like I never saw it. Like I never saw.
They got pictures of it and the marks on her knees. I guess you didn't see those either.
No, I never.
So what was the argument about?
Me having another female pregnant.
Okay. What? So you saying she did this just because she was mad? Well, y'all still seeing each other?
No, we ain't been conversating. So I've been in jail ever since.
Right. Been in jail what? Let's see, 7 months? No.
Like 5.5.
5 months in jail. Okay. And the other one is that you didn't pay your fees. So what you got to say about that?
I could plead guilty to not paying the fees, but I still had another comment on the other situation.
What's that?
Like the the judge in court they arrested her for like falsifying a police report, and she had got arrested for it. That's why they dropped the charges in open court. She took the stand in open court and they arrested her.
All right, it's interesting. Do my colleagues have any questions?
Do you have any proof of what you just said?
Yeah, is there any way we can get proof of that?
Excuse me, Ms. Kim. Is it a way? Because my PO for attorney, proof that she went to jail on the open stand is in my court minutes though. Yeah, she was supposed to send it over. It's public. I know it's public. It's public records. Like,
No,
but
but we can't look up St. Charles, can we? Okay,
How did she get burnt?
it was. How did she get burnt?
Yes.
She never got burnt. In my first when I first came to jail, my 72-hour hearing, the judge dropped it down to a misdemeanor because she said she saw the police report was messed up and stuff like that. So they dropped it down to a misdemeanor in 72 hours. But I had the parole hold, so I had to sit in jail. She never got burnt. It was, I think it just, I don't know. She never once got burnt. The felony was dropped the first 72 hours.
She said, Ms. Snipes stated I had to go to court about this. Me and him didn't get into it. I wasn't honest and I had consequences. I had to write a statement. It was me and his cousin that were fighting. I was upset because he had other kids on the way. I did it to be spiteful. I couldn't live with him being violated. I can't live with him being violated. He was trying and he had been doing well. It was right what I did. It wasn't right what I did. He wasn't faithful, but he was trying to turn in over a new leaf. I spoke to the DA and I had consequences. Okay. He was trying to defuse the situation with me and his cousin. I was upset and flagged down an officer. In the past, we got into it, but it was 4 or 5 years ago. I'm not afraid of him. We're not together. He's trying to do better for himself. He's just not ready to be faithful. We can't be together, and I didn't work it out because I want the best for him.
okay. All right, I have no further questions. I'm ready to vote. Is my panel ready to vote?
I'm ready.
Okay, in light of the circumstances with her letter and also that the fact that you say that it is a fact that your charges have been dismissed, my vote today is going to be to reprimand you. You've been in jail for 5 months and that you stay away from the victim. You have no contact with the victim. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Do y'all have any children together?
2.
Okay, try to, when you got to get your kids or something, have somebody with you or have them drop off.
I'm bringing the police officer with me.
Okay, that'll be great. That's what I want. I don't want you getting arrested for nothing else. Okay?
Yes, sir.
That's my vote today, Mr. Tiller.
I concur.
Mr. Barrow.
I concur, and I also add a special condition of attend and complete an anger management course.
Okay.
Yeah. But
So you know how to deal with that kind of
yeah,
shit.
they'll get with you. The officer will tell you how to take that class.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so today your parole has not been revoked and we added a special condition to stay away from the victim at all costs and also to take a domestic abuse violence class. Good luck to you, Mr. Jupiter.
Okay, thank you.
We're closing out at St. Charles at 8:59.
Okay. How long will it take?
Okay, the parole board is back in session. It's 9:05. My name is Pete Freeman. I am the acting chair today, along with Mr. Tillis to my left, Mr. Byra to my right. We're here now for a revocation hearing on Timothy DUVAL. Timothy, state your name and DOC number for the record.
Timothy Duval, 728417.
Okay, and who do we have with us today? Ma'am, please state your name and title.
Deputy Daniels.
Okay, Deputy, is there anything you need to tell us about him? Has he been okay since y'all have had him?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Appreciate you having us today. All right, Timmy, did you sign a parole questionnaire? Do you have that with you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you realize you're not eligible for appointed counsel. If you want counsel, you'd have to hire it.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you want to proceed today without appointed counsel?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I was assigned your case, Timothy, so I'll be reading your violations. You can plead guilty or not guilty with or without a statement. Okay, the first three pretty much deal with all the same thing. One of them is that you were supposed to report within 48 hours. One of them is that you're supposed to report by the 5th day of every month. You got to send a monthly report, and you got to live at the address stated. You did not live at the address of 316 Camille Street, Patterson, Louisiana, as stated on your GPS. You didn't report, you never reported, and you didn't contact your probation officer. How do you plead to those charges?
Guilty.
Okay, tell me why you didn't contact him.
I was in New Orleans and they had, I believe it's 2 days to go and talk to him, and I wasn't able to do it because I was in New Orleans. I'm homeless, so I don't have a car. And I tried to hitchhike back to New Iberia, but I didn't make it in time. That's when I first got out. That's why I wasn't able to report it in the 48 hours. Yeah, I thought that's the only bus ticket they had.
Did you ever call in to talk to your officer or ask them who your officer was?
I sure didn't. I should.
Okay, well, at least you're honest. I appreciate your honesty. Okay, and your other charge is I will not engage in criminal activity, nor will I associate with people who are known to be involved in criminal activity. And I will avoid bars and casinos and refrain from drugs and alcohol. You engaged in criminal activity on 12/29/25 when you were arrested by the Patterson Police Department and charged with theft misdemeanor and resisting an officer misdemeanor. Subsequently, those charges are still pending. How do you plead to that charge?
Guilty.
Okay, have you went to court on them yet?
No, sir.
And condition number 10 is you pay your supervision fees of $504. Have you made any payments on your supervision fees?
No, sir.
Okay, so. My colleagues have any questions? I have no questions.
No question.
I have no
Been
questions.
straightforward. Okay, Mr. Duval, you've been straightforward. You have pled guilty to all of your violations. Your closure date is 12/1/26. I find you in violations of the conditions number 1, 2, 3, 4, and 10, and order that your parole be revoked. Mr. Power
I concur, same reasons.
and Mr. Tiller.
I concur, same reasons also.
Okay, Mr. Duval, good luck to you. Like I said, your closure date's in 6 months, so, well, 8 months. So, take care of your charges and when you get out, make sure you report, okay?
Okay.
All right, man. Good luck.
Thank you.
You closing out? We're closing out at St. Mary's at 9:10.
First floor courtroom.
What'd you say, Brian? They probably rapping at the other person. What?
Is that her?
Yeah.
It's on Mr. P.
Okay. Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, please, state your name and DLC number for the record.
Ron Bradstreet, 737-019.
Okay. Okay, and, is there anyone in the room with you or they left?
They gone.
Okay, that's okay. Okay, did you get a parole questionnaire, Mr. Bradstreet?
Yes, sir.
Okay, do you realize you're not eligible for appointed counsel? If you want a counsel, you would have to hire it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you want to proceed with the hearing today without, appointed counsel?
Yes, sir.
Okay, your case has been assigned to Mr. Tillis. He'll read your violations and, you plead guilty, not guilty with or without a statement.
Good morning, Mr. Bradstreet. How are you?
I'm all right, sir. Good morning.
Good. On 12/18/2025, the offender was arrested by the probations and parole for the NOPD warrant, domestic abuse battery. Pending charges, case number M624152 on 117. The state refused the charges. How do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or with a statement?
I plead not guilty with a statement.
What happened? Tell us what happened.
I had been in a relationship. I was in a relationship, and the female that I was with, she ended up cheating on me. So I left the relationship alone. So prior to me leaving the relationship, she said that I hit her, I gave her a black eye, and I broke her phone, but none of it didn't happen. The black eye came from her having a fight prior to me and her having an argument. All we had was a simple argument. It never went to no further than me hitting her, breaking her phone, and none of that. I left and went by my business. That's ain't nothing more to the story, Mr. Tiller.
How did the phone get broken?
The phone never was broken.
The
The
phone that, I'm
Hang on,
sorry.
get to you, ma'am.
The phone never was broken. The phone that they never they never gave me they never said that what the phone held, like the charge of the phone, like they never charged me for how much it cost or nothing. The phone never was broken. They don't have a picture of a broken phone. They don't have the amount due to get the phone fixed or nothing. The phone never was broken. All of it was falsified. It was a lie.
What was the argument about the phone? We're trying to get her to show you her phone.
I had the phone in my possession and I went through the phone. After I went through the phone and seen she was cheating, I gave her phone back. When she seen that I was leaving, it was a problem because we was breaking up and she did not want to let me leave.
I see.
So only the problem was is that I felt like she didn't want to see me with the next person I was going to go to, or whatever the cause may be. So I just left. I never.
Did you hit her?
No, sir. I did not hit her. Did not put my hands on her, nothing. I left.
Okay. My colleagues have any questions?
Let's hear from the speaker in this, because I think she could help try to clear up some stuff, and then we can ask our questions at one time. Okay, Miss Tashonda Marcelin.
Yes, good morning.
Tell
I'm
us what you
sorry.
got to say.
Good morning. I'm sorry about all this here. I just want to say I'm sorry about having all this going on. I am dead wrong because he didn't break my phone. The phone that I'm using is the phone right now that I had, but the police seen me with two phones, so they already knew that the phone was of no value. That was an old phone I had. I was wrong, and after seeing him in jail, I really feel bad because I was wrong.
She just muted herself.
You muted yourself. Unmute. Hit unmute.
Yes, I
Oh,
was wrong for calling the police on you. No, you did not hit me. I was hurt because he was leaving me. I felt like I've been with him a long time, even with the situation with his first with his baby mother lying on him, putting him in jail, stalking me for a whole year. So I really had a whole lot of feelings going on, and I felt like I needed him the most at that time. So when he was leaving and I had to get my stuff from by his mom's house and all that, I was wrong. I called the police at a whole different area, which was in front of my grandma's house, and that is not where nothing happened at. And he actually didn't hit me. I'm down bad from playing with your life like that. I know that you don't want to talk to me no more. And my family, I'm dealing with serious consequences outside of the system for doing this because I wasn't raised like that. And, I just hope that all this could be resolved. That's why I refused the charges. Me and my dad was going to go up there and handle the situation, but I never had to go to court. I hope that my statement can't help today because he actually didn't do nothing. I was wrong, Ryan, and I apologize for that because I shouldn't have played with nobody's life like that. I just felt like I've been with him a long time. I felt like I've been through a lot with you and you was ready to give up on me with ease for me cheating on somebody. For me cheating on you for somebody, and I felt like you could have given me another chance, and that's just the honest truth. And if consequences was involved, I definitely wouldn't have wanted to go to jail from falsifying a fake report. That was so unladylike of me. I don't know where I get that from. And I know I'm not in fear of Ryan Bradstreet. Like, I know his whole family know me. I'm dead wrong. And I hate to see you in jail for something you really didn't do. And for us, the black eye, I really did had a fight in front of Dollar General with a 40-year-old.
Okay, let me ask you this. Why
Okay.
you tell officers the victim mentioned her boyfriend normally has a gun?
Okay, I was wrong because his baby mama said the same thing. I was trying to put him in a bad situation. I knew what I was doing. I didn't have the right intentions. And when I did that, trust me, I'm dealing with problems every day for that. I literally lost everything at this moment. Like, I don't even have a job no more because my karma came back on me. I know that he didn't harm me or hurt me.
Okay,
And
we got that. Anybody else got any questions for
Have
me?
the police, filed charges on you for filing a police report yet?
no, but my mother said that can't happen. So I was just hoping and praying. That's why I was scared for the whole situation because I was wrong. I didn't have to do that like that at all, period.
Well, it
And
positively can happen.
yes,
A crime what you did, which you're confessing to right now.
Mhm.
You need to make sure you don't ever do that again.
I would never do that again, sir. I'm sorry about that. Like, I play with someone's life, and in the midst of it, I play with my own, and that is not right. Nobody deserves this.
All right.
And I'm smart, and I know better for doing that.
Anybody has questions for her?
I have no further questions for the victim. I have no further questions. Peter,
I got a question for him.
Okay.
I see a note in your file that says this is the second arrest for domestic battery charge in 2025. And that the previous charge involved a firearm also. And that the board reprimanded you for that charge and gave you a break.
But
Was she the same victim in that case?
no,
Another one?
that was my baby mama falsified the report on me too. She wrote a letter and let them know that I did not do none of the things that she said I did.
And Your Honor, I'm wrong because I was literally trying to be down with her and do the same thing. I didn't have the right to do that. I didn't.
Yeah. What's your baby mama's name?
Alexis Hatcher.
Hatcher?
Yes.
And that charge, she came forward and said she filed a false police report just like this?
Yeah.
And they dropped the charges on you for that one too?
Yes, sir.
All right, I don't have any more questions.
Violation number 10. The offender currently owes $662. What's your plea on that, guilty or not guilty?
I plead not guilty with a statement because at the time of me dealing with trying to get a job, I did attend the Daily Report Center, but I had my baby mom, my baby mother, she ended up going to jail for some dealing, I don't know, but she had got danger to a child. So I had to become a full-time father. I had to go to CPS and sign papers and go to court at least once a week and take classes to get. I had my baby. I had to get the custody of my daughter, which is I let the lady make contact with my parole officer to let him know what I've been doing and why I couldn't attend the daily report center at that time being on those days.
You got in touch with your parole officer?
Since I've been incarcerated,
No, I'm
Oh,
saying when
that the
all
lady, the lady, I forgot her name. The lady talked to my parole officer and let him know and kept him updated with what was going on. But I had recently went Thursday on the 12th, March 12th, on the case over. So when I go home, I got to talk to the lady that was over the case for me to have time where it could be days where I could get my daughter and you know how we could meet and have my family members to go pick my daughter up and bring her to me. So that why like that was one of the main reasons I couldn't really get a job. But I did pay, like my family do help me with a lot of stuff because I paid $250 one time, and it's like whatever I could get, and I paid. It's just that it been hard for me because I had to be a father on a newborn baby, and I'm new to this. But I've been rehabilitating myself since I've been in here. I had earned me a few uh certificates. I took anger management, forklifting safety class, money management. I took a CPR class. I've been in here maintaining myself, rehabilitating myself, and staying focused. So it's so only thing I need to do is just apply myself when I make it out there now. By the custody of my baby is safe and my family members healthy. So now all I gotta do is when I make it to society, is just get a job.
okay, okay. I have no more questions.
I have no more questions either. The panel ready to vote?
Executive session, please.
Okay, Mr. Tillis has moved for executive session. Do I have a second?
Yes.
Okay, we're gonna go into executive session for a few minutes. Just hang tight right there to discuss confidential matters.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Bradstreet, the parole board's ready to vote. Mr. Tillis?
My vote today is gonna be, well, I want to ask one last question. Do you plan to have any relationship with either of these women?
No, sir,
Why
not at
not?
all.
Why
Because
not?
the situation that I've been, I'm a good person and I'm very helpful and I'm willing to help everybody. But me dealing with a situation like this for the second time, knowing that I'm not that type of person, I just can't be, I cannot put myself back in a situation like this. Cause
Okay.
I gotta make better decisions in life and this one of the best decisions I gotta make.
Okay.
I got,
Yeah, that's
It
good.
is.
My vote is gonna be to, do not revoke.
Mr. Byra?
I think what you just said is the smartest decision you've made so far. And I'm gonna, based on that, do not revoke you. And I'm also gonna make it a special condition that you have no contact with Tashonda Marceline or Alexis Hatcher. And if you do, that would be considered a parole violation and bring you right back here. Also, I'm gonna put a 10-hour per week community service work on you until you get a job. In other words, you're not gonna sit around the house and do nothing. You're gonna have to work service work or get a job. Once you get a job, the parole officer can remove the community service.
yes, sir.
Mr. Freeman?
Okay, mine's gonna be the same. I'm gonna add one more stipend because I do not want you around either victim. You do have a child. If you got to get the child, either get an officer or get a family member, swap somewhere in public.
Yes, sir.
And I'm gonna put electronic monitoring on you for the first 90 days to make sure you don't go around these women.
Yes,
Do you
sir.
understand?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now look, it's just 2 times, and I ain't gonna lie to you, it's quite a coincidence. So I wouldn't try it for 3, but we have no evidence here to revoke you, so that's my vote today.
Thank you.
Okay, and Okay. Mr. Michael Griffin, how you doing this morning?
Good morning, sir.
Good, good. Please state your name and DLC number for the record, Mr. Griffin.
Michael Griffin, 602-679.
Okay, Mr. Griffin, you're here today for a revocation hearing. Do you have a parole questionnaire with you?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, do you realize you're not eligible for appointed counsel? If you want counsel, you'd have to hire it.
Yes, sir.
Do you want to continue with this hearing today?
Yes, sir, I would like to continue the hearing.
Okay. Your case has been assigned to Mr. Tillis, so I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Tillis. We also have here that'll be speaking on your behalf, Brittany Young, your attorney. Ms. Young, do you want to state your name for the record?
Yes, Brittany Young on behalf of Mr. Michael Griffin.
Okay, and Mr. Michael Bradford, we'll call on him at the proper time. Ms. Young, if you want to give your client advice anytime during the hearing, you're welcome to do so. And we usually let you speak last. Is that going to be okay?
That's perfectly fine.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, Mr.
Good morning, Mr. Griffin. How are you?
Good morning, Mr. Tillis.
We have violations number, I'm going to read these violations. You can plead guilty, not guilty, or with a statement. Violation number 2, you failed to report to probations and parole as ordered on 10/19/2023. You have not been seen since your office visit. How do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or with a statement?
I plead guilty, sir. I plead guilty with a statement.
Okay, what statement do you want to make?
Well, I just wanted to plead guilty. I'm sorry.
Okay, no problem. Violation number 3, you failed to provide valid address, thus preventing probation officers from visiting you. How do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or with a statement?
Guilty with a statement.
Go ahead.
So I did have a permanent address where I was staying with my grandma, but at a certain point of time, we did move locations to a new address. So I currently have a new address.
Did you tell your parole officer or give them the address?
So at the time I did tell my parole officer I had a woman parole officer, but it was switched to a man, and I didn't know it was switched to a man. So I wasn't able to update it to the man. But when I had the woman parole officer, I did inform her that I had a new address on 8501 I-10 Service Road.
Okay. Violation number 4, you failed to refrain from criminal activities as evident by your arrest on 10/20/25. The New Orleans Police Department for domestic abuse, battery victim pregnant, domestic abuse battery, child endangerment laws. How do you plead?
Not guilty with a statement.
Okay, tell us what's happening.
Sir, I had no idea about these charges at all. Like, I was pulled over in a traffic stop and I had outstanding warrants, and that's what that came. But the charges were dismissed in court.
When the charges occur?
You asked when did they occur?
Yeah, I saw you tried to say that they were before you were put on supervision. They were old charges, but when they occurred?
No, sir. I believe the charges were old, like as far as my knowledge of not knowing that I even had this warrant.
Okay.
I did not know I had this warrant at all until I got stopped in a traffic stop by the police officers. They pulled me over, asked me my name. We'll let you go, whatever like that, if you don't have any warrant. Oh, here you have warrants for this charge or whatever like that. So I had no idea about anything dealing with this charge until I was pulled over in a traffic stop.
Gotcha.
Then when I was pulled over in a traffic stop and all that, went to court and all that, the defendant came, said that they lied on me and all these things like that. I haven't seen this person in over 2 years. Things like that. The DA dismissed the charges.
Okay. Violation number 6, you failed to provide proof of employment or pursuit thereof. How do you plead?
Guilty with a statement, sir.
Okay, tell us about it.
So once again, I was telling you about the parole officer that was a woman. She did know I had 2 jobs, sir. I had a job at Dickie Prentice and I had a job at Richard's Garbage Disposal. I was working 2 jobs and also going to school at Louisiana Green Court, where I obtained the Louisiana Green Court. I obtained a Clearwater certification, a OSHA 10, and a TWIC card.
Okay, violation number 10, you failed to make a single payment. You're in the rear of $1,953. How do you plead?
Guilty with a statement, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
So as far as the payment, sir, I was gonna pay the payments. You know, I got 4 kids. I came home from doing like almost 7.5 years. I got 4 kids. I've been incarcerated. I was staying with my baby mom. We had just moved into this new house or whatever like that. I was trying my best like as being a father. You hear me? I'm a law-abiding citizen. I'm going to work every day. I'm doing everything right. You hear me? I was just trying to be the best father that I could be. My oldest daughter, 12, things like that. My youngest son is 8. You hear me? I was trying to juggle it, and I knew I had to pay, but I was in my mind, the best thing for me to do was like, only thing I knew the perfect time for me to pay was going to be probably when I got my income tax, to be honest with you. I knew the perfect time for me to pay a lump sum of that money would be during my income tax.
Okay, did you talk with your parole officer about it?
I talked to the lady parole officer. She said as long as I stayed out of trouble, I didn't get any charges or anything like that. I went to work Monday through Friday, was inside about a certain reasonable time and all these things, I'd be okay, sir. She said that she would not violate me on payments.
Okay, all right, thank you so much. Now we'll hear from Mr. On your behalf, Mr. Michael Bradford.
Good morning, board. How are you all doing?
Well, good.
I've had the opportunity to be Michael's client advocate for over 90 days now. And with the things that he and I talked about greatly was decision making. And one of the things that you all were just speaking about was dealing with his payments. And I told him that I understood that he was a father of 4 kids, but yet he still has an obligation at some point to give something to the Department of Corrections for his parole fees. And I told him it doesn't matter how much it may be, just explain everything to the parole officer. And I told him, should the board see fit to let you out, then this is something you have to do. It doesn't matter if it's $20 or $30, try to make a payment. And one of the things that he did say, he did know and understand that because that was something that he agreed to, and he wanted to make sure and see fit that it gets done. Since he's been out, he has been a good citizen. He's been doing the things that he's supposed to do as a father and as a man. He works 2 jobs. He even took on a 3rd job to try to even make ends meet because his total focus is dealing with his kids. And what I did was there's job 1 down in New Orleans, Mrs. Neron Green, she's the head and coordinator of it. There's other services there that he can be involved in to make sure that he's able to navigate through the course of life and be able to do the things that's required of him by the board so that he may succeed and do not regress. And in regards to him not communicating with his police officer, but not with his parole officer, particularly being the male parole officer, as he and I spoke, I told him I would take it upon myself to bring him to the parole office so that we could find out who the officer is, because most times, and we see it with many cases, that sometimes the cases are transferred and they don't know what the parole officer is. And we can't make that as an excuse. But as a client advocate, it's my job, knowing this information, to make sure that he know who his parole officer is. And that means taking him down there and not just saying, okay, Mike, you're going to go. No, it's my job to make sure he goes there. It's my job to make sure he get all the things that he needs so that he can function like the board would desire for him to function in society. And if he don't do that, then I'm partly to blame for it as well, because I have to lead him and guide him and mentor him. And if given an opportunity for him to be released by the board decides to give grace, then I can lead him into that direction. I'm just hoping today that the board would allow him that opportunity and allow me to lead him so that he can be successful.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
All right. I'm go to the attorney now. Would you like to make a statement on his behalf?
Yes, the statement I would like to make on Mr. Griffin's behalf is about the charges. They were refused by the district attorney's office. And they were refused by the district attorney's office, and he said he was we talked about the person who made the complaint, and he said that since when he was even when he was arrested at that time, he was not in contact with her. They're still not in contact with each other, and there's a possibility that she may not even be in the state anymore. So with all of that, with the charges, they were refused by the district attorney's office, and I did request for Mr. Banford to meet with Michael, or Mr. Griffin, sorry, to talk about, because we also know about parole, it's more than just these charges, is also keeping up with your parole officer, making sure that Mr. Griffin is not in violation of that parole. And that's why I asked for Mr. Banford's help. And what he said is everything that we discussed, and it's everything that we also discussed with Mr. Griffin. That's all I have to say. And so I will be requesting for the board to release Mr. Griffin.
Okay. Mr. Griffin,
Yes,
you're
sir.
a fifth felony offender, correct?
Yes, sir. I believe so.
Okay. So how many times you been on supervision? At least 5.
I believe at least like about 2 or 3, maybe 2. 3.
So you got to go to your parole officer, and first of all, it's not that man's responsibility, it's your responsibility.
Yes, sir.
Someone that's been in the system, a fifth offender, looks like you would have showed up, because you know what they could do if you don't.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Anybody else have any questions?
Yeah, how long have you been working?
I've been working actually, sir, the whole 2 years I've been home.
2
I've been
years?
working-
3
Yes, sir,
years?
I've been working for Richard's Garbage Disposals as soon as I came home, and then I got a job at Dickie Brenner's off of Royal Street in French Quarters.
So when you got a job, you never told your parole officer? Or let
So
him know you?
Yes, sir. It was a mix-up with my parole officer. So I had a woman initially at first. They transferred my parole officer to a man, but the woman I was in contact with her daily. Like, she had my phone number, all these things.
Okay.
When it
That's
got
good.
to the parole officer, I guess.
I understand.
So what was your woman parole officer's name?
I actually think it was Miss Brittany.
So you had that big relationship with her, but you still don't know her name?
I mean, it wasn't a great relationship. She was my parole officer. She told me, long as I, went to work, was inside of approximately a good time and things like that, that I'd be okay. She told me about the fines and how I'd be able to catch up with it on the back end, things like that.
And who's your current parole officer?
His name is not Elvis, not he got his name is I can't really pronounce it. I can't really pronounce it that well.
All right. What about you knew we were going to be asking you about proof of employment today. Do you have any documentation or proof of employment for this hearing? Or anybody has any documentation? He said he had 2 jobs.
I mean, I will be getting income tax, but as far as like me having somebody to send it to me, I didn't get anyone to send it to me. But I will be getting income tax. I have W-2s that I got to go pick up from my jobs and things like that. I've been in jail. I've been incarcerated since October, sir. So I wasn't able to get my W-2s or anything like that.
All right, I don't have.
Well, let's talk about the domestic battery. We definitely can't overlook that. The victim, she's not afraid of it. She says she'll apologize and she's all for you getting out. But it should also be noted that she's also saying that you did do it. She's not recanting her statement. So, I mean, what are you doing, punching a pregnant woman in the stomach with your baby?
Sir, these things never happen, sir. These things never happen. I have 4 kids. 3 of them are girls. My oldest three children are girls. I talk to my daughters every day. Every day, my daughters love me. I'm a law-abiding citizen. I love my children. Like I do anything for my children. I work very hard for my children. Like I got top eight students. My son, my youngest 8, he plays soccer for a park in New Orleans East. I bring him to soccer every week.
Gotcha. Okay, I have no further questions. Panel ready to vote? Okay, Mr. Tillis?
My vote today is gonna be to revoke for violations number 2, 3, and 6.
Bara?
I'm gonna concur with Mr. Tillis.
I'm also gonna concur, but it's gonna be for rules number 1, 2, 3, and number 4. So today your parole has been revoked. Good luck to you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you see here, we're not on mute.
this. There we go. I think we can both be, we're close like this.
Okay, the parole board's called back to order. Time is 10:12. We're now dealing with Mr. Marvin King. Mr. King, please state your name and DLC number for the record.
Marvin King, 767-755.
Okay, I see you're represented by counsel. Would counsel please introduce herself for the record?
Yes, good morning. Emily Posner, pro bono counsel on behalf of Mr. King.
Okay.
I'm not really sure. I just want to, I'm not sure if this is a problem because the way that the computer is set up, sometimes I'm blurred and then he's blurred. So
See that.
address that.
Got y'all. We
okay.
We're
gonna
work.
post like this because I think it'll help.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. And also speaking on your behalf will be Everett Offrey. We will get to him at the proper time, and your mother wishes to speak. Okay, please, Mr. King, state your name and DLC number.
Marvin King, 767-755.
Okay, Mr. King, were you given a parole questionnaire?
Yes,
about appointing counsel? And I see you have counsel, so we don't have to worry about that. You're represented. So let's proceed with the hearing. I'm gonna turn it over to Mr. Byrock. He was assigned your case this morning.
All right, Mr. King. It's alleged that you have violated the conditions of your parole by being engaged in criminal activity. And that you were arrested on October 20th, 2025 under item number 19140-25 for wearing a mask in public and possession of marijuana. How did you plead to that violation? Guilty, not guilty, guilty with a statement?
To the mask, I plead not guilty, but to the marijuana, I plead guilty.
Okay. So you're telling me you weren't wearing a mask, but you were in marijuana?
We would like to offer an explanation.
Okay.
Mask, but the marijuana, he's you know, owning that in fact he was in possession of the 7 grams of marijuana when he was arrested.
So it looks like when asked this question for the original preliminary hearing, the agent read the violation that provided the police report and body worn camera footage related to the arrest, showing the charges. And the report stated that on 10/20, officers with New Orleans Police Department were conducting area patrols and observed the subject, identified as Marvin King, wearing the ski mask, which covered his entire face in an attempt to conceal his identity. A search was conducted incident to the arrest, in which 7 grams of vegetable matter believed to be marijuana were found on Mr. King's person. The body worn camera footage showed Mr. King had a ski mask covering his face and that the vegetable matter was retrieved off of Mr. King's person. You can also determine from the body worn camera footage that the weather was warm, as people in the footage were wearing short sleeve shirts and short pants. You also hear Mr. King admit that he possessed the marijuana. So go ahead and offer your statement.
Well, I want to begin saying I'm sorry that we had to come to this meeting today. And I wasn't out there trying to hurt anyone that day or harm anyone that day or even scare anyone. Nor did I know that wearing a mask in public was a law. I would have never done it. That day I was at work, I was wearing a mask as a beanie, and later on I never went home. I stayed out that night and met up with friends. And as I met up with friends, I was joking around with friends. I pulled the mask down, not for no longer than 5 minutes. And before I know it, the police had came arrested me. And I also told them as they was arresting me that I not known that the mask was a problem, because I would have never done it. Because I had started working, I was trying to get my life on the right path. So I would have never done it to try to risk my freedom and risk what I had going on anymore.
Any questions?
No, I have no questions.
I have no questions.
Any final statement from the attorney?
Well, we're gonna hear,
Or Mr.
let's hear from let's hear from Miss Nishal Bangham first. Miss Bangham, hope I pronounced your name right. Is she with us?
She's on, but her camera's off and she's muted. So.
You need to unmute. Okay. All right, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear.
Okay, tell us what you want us to know about your son.
When my son first was arrested back in 2012, 20, I think, he did his little time, and I told him that he had to prove to me that he was going to be on the right path. When he first come home, we first went to go pick him up. I thought he was telling me stories while he was in there. But he proved to me he went and found him a job. He was helping me with his siblings. He had proven to me that he was trying to be on the right path.
Okay.
And I didn't know, and I've been out here. I ain't never been in jail. I've been out here for years. It'll be 46 years tomorrow on my birthday that I have been out here. And I never know wearing a ski mask in public was the law until he went to jail.
Okay. Didn't
Because
either.
I wouldn't have never allowed him to wear none.
Okay.
Because he have a
Okay.
younger brother that looks up to him.
Yes, ma'am, I understand. Well, we thank you, Ms. Bingham, and now we'll hear from Mr. Everett Alfrey.
Yes, sir. Everett Ofrey, client advocate, Orleans Public Defender's Office. I've known Mr. King since October, since he was arrested. I've been going having several conversations with him, talked with him about, just life in general, about his reentry into society, because I believe he was only home 3 weeks when he got arrested. And he informed me that he had got a job within those 3 weeks. Within his first week, I think second week home, he had got a job at the Market Cafe that's located on Decatur Street in the French Quarter. I was like, man, that's good. Because most people, it take a time for them to get arrested. And he told me and at the same time that he wanted to go to college, that next week he was going to try to go enroll in Delgado Community College and probably get try to get in college to take him a college course or something like that. I'm like, all right, that's a good thing. And also he informed me that he wasn't aware that wearing a mask in public was a crime because people wear masks all the time, especially in New Orleans. You see people with masks on because of COVID, different things like that. So he wasn't aware. I wasn't even aware until he caught that charge. But if the board feels that they're not going to revoke Mr. King, we have a good reentry plan for him. The first 72 plus is a reentry program for guys who are formerly incarcerated. And at the first 72, he'll be given a reentry coach, a guy who's may have done a lot of time in prison, has been on the streets surviving, kind of like coach him on the way to get reintegrated into society, job training. They have resume creation, group counseling, the 9 steps to staying free, group session that they go to that tells you about, a few things that you got to be looking for in order to, survive in society. They'll help him obtain all his proper identification, social benefits. They'll sign him up for the SNAP if he's eligible, Medicaid, a lot of community referrals and other kind of trainings. Also have a letter from the first 72 saying that they're willing to accept him upon his release, and another place called the Mission Rebirth. I have a letter from them attached to it. They provide different things as it relates to mental health, substance abuse, physical health, benefits enrollment, workforce transportation, financial literacy skills, and goal development. And I think the first 72 plus also provides anger management courses too. Huh?
Yeah, we know about the 72 plus. We
Okay.
well versed on. Good
Okay.
office.
Okay. But any resources that we have at our disposal at the public defender's office is available to Mr. King. And I promise him that I will help him reintegrate in society in any which way I can help him stay on the straight path and just get back into society and be more productive in his community.
How long are those programs?
I can't hear you.
How long are those programs?
The reentry, I'm gonna say the first 72 plus and Mission Rebirth, they're gonna be with him until he get everything that they have to offer for him. It'd be different times as it relates to these programs. He's not going to be living at the first 72 because he have residence at his house with his mother. So they have a program in which you can live there, and you're going to live there for a certain time. But as it relates to their programs, once you assign to them, as long as you need them, anything that they can do for you, they're going to help you. Same thing as the Mission Rebirth. As long as you need them and they can help you or provide any kind of service for you, they don't have a limitation. They don't say 2 months, 3 months, or nothing like that.
Okay, thank you. All right. Ms. Posner, would you like to close it out for us?
Yeah, I would. Thank you. First, I do want to make Mr. King available for any more questions. I know that he's very nervous, and so I'm going to clean up some things that I know he did forget to say to you all. And I also want to, it's been many years since I've been before the board, and it's great to be back before you all. I have just recently returned to private practice, and I know that Mr. King has a lot of support. I co-counseled as a pro bono on this case with the public defenders. And there's something very unique and special about Mr. King, which is why I've remained committed to helping him. Just like Mr. Offrey was saying, that he is, and I think his sister really captured this in the letter that I submitted in the parole packet to you all, that he's just a very genuine and loving and caring person. And in my experiences with him, and I know because he's nervous, you might have a hard time seeing that, but in my one-on-one interactions with him, those characteristics have shown through. And I know that he would have never put on a mask if he had known that it was going to risk his freedom. So I just want to talk a little bit about what was happening that night. Again, Mr. King had only been home for 3 weeks. He did immediately get a job. His friend, Antonio Nunnery, who I was able to speak with this morning, and we did send in a last-minute letter from Mr. Antonio, longtime friend of Mr. King's and has been helping him get on the right path. Antonio helped him get that job at Market Cafe. And that night there was a concert, NBA Youngboy. I feel very old learning about this, but part of the fashion and sort of persona of NBA Youngboy is wearing ski masks. So there were a lot of people out that night wearing ski masks, and it sort of made me think of like people who get dressed up going to see Dolly Parton shows. It's like the fans kind of get into the spirit of the persona of the performer. And Antonio confirmed what Mr. King had told me, because I always like to confirm what my clients tell me, is that, you know, they were out, they were not trying to hurt or harm anyone, that Mr. King had been wearing this ski mask primarily as a beanie. In fact, I mean, in the body cam, I don't know if that was turned over to y'all by the parole officer, but Mr. King pulled his ski mask down when he was playing around with his friends in front of a SWAT car, an NOPD SWAT van. So I don't think that there was any criminal intent when he was doing this activity. That was really just part of sort of the evening that night. And again, I feel very old because I don't even know an NBA Youngboy song, but this is what both Antonio and Mr. King have told me, excuse me, Mr. Nunnery. Mr. King has never once, you know, denied that the marijuana is his. He has remained incarcerated for 5 months, almost 5 months and a couple days at this point. And so, you know, and I want to emphasize that he still has a job. I did contact the River Market Cafe. I spoke with the manager named Kenya Morales. She remembered him. She immediately said that she would rehire him. His friend Antonio Nunnery still works there. And so, you know, in light of the tools that Mr. King has from what Mr. Offrey has been able to put together from the public defender's office, the fact that he has a stable home to return to, that he has a job, I believe he has the tools to stay on parole, and he would be open to sort of any alternative option that this board has, whether it be drug testing, a reprimand, any programming that the board would recommend, just to let him return home at this point, because I think he has truly learned his lesson. And I think the other piece that I'm just remembering that we forgot to say is that this charge has been dropped. So he is no longer facing any charges related to this incident. So, you know, in light of all of these circumstances, we would really request that the board consider not revoking Mr. King at this time, and that any option to put him back on parole and conditions that this board sees fit, we would be more than willing to do.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it. All right, board has any more questions for Mr. King?
No.
I don't. I think it's pretty explanatory. Okay, is the board ready to vote?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Byrock?
All right, looks like you got a good team working for you and supporting you. I'm gonna vote today to not revoke your parole at this point and put you under the custody of the Orleans Parish Public Defender's Office in the first 72 with their programs for a minimum of 1 year or until your expiration date, and that you be subjected to random drug and alcohol screens.
Mr. Tillers?
I concur with Mr. Barr.
And I also concur. So, you know, get out there and do right. I mean, I understand all what went on here, and that I didn't know it was a charge either. A lot of people do wear masks in New Orleans, but I can understand why they would place the charge also. So, but anyway, today we have chose not to revoke your parole, and Mr. Byra added special conditions, and we will send them to you. And please take advantage of this opportunity.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it.
Thank you, board.
Thank you.
But
Hello. I'm here. Girl. Bro.
You can hear me? I can hear me? I can hear me. Oh. Hold on, I'm not done. Man, come on, yeah. You still been waiting? You ain't talked to nobody yet? No. Education is on?
Can we talk to you?
What? I can hear me?
All right. Okay, we're back at Orleans Parish for Mr. Travian Jones. Mr. Jones, would you state your name and DLC number for the record?
Muted.
You muted. Unmute, Mr. Jones.
Try.
Okay, y'all can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. State your
Sorry
name, DLC number.
Travian Jones and 745092.
Okay, can I pick up your head, Mr. Jones? We can't see you too good. There you go. There you go. Sit up. There you go. We want to see you. All right, Mr. Jones, you here today for a revocation hearing? Do you have a parole questionnaire with you?
No, sir.
Okay, she's gonna show me one. Tell me if that's your signature.
Oh, yeah, yes, sir.
That says you're not eligible for appointed counsel. If you wanted counsel, you had to hire it. Do you want to proceed today without appointed counsel?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Jones, I'm gonna be your officer today. I'm gonna be the hearing officer for this hearing. The conditions you allege are violated are condition number 1 and number 2. Both of them are that you failed to report to your probation officer, and you failed to report your parole officer since you've been released. How do you plead to that?
I can speak on my behalf, right?
Yeah, you're gonna speak on your behalf. I think I got a remedy for you. Go on and plead.
I plead guilty.
Okay. You failed to provide valid address to your parole officer since your release. That's the same thing, guilty.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that you didn't pay your supervision fees. You were 756 beyond.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Jones, how do you feel about work release in lieu of revocation?
I mean, if I have to, I mean,
That don't sound too enthusiastic.
that'll be good if I have to do work release.
That'd be good.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What else you want to say?
Nah, I was just saying thank y'all for speaking on my for me to speak on my behalf and another chance on completing parole. But just at the time, I was just in a difficult mindset, being that it's the first time this happened to me. And I came home, I was just nervous. I came home to my kids, and I was self-employed, so I really didn't know how to react to that, being that this was my first time going through this. I've been incarcerated over a year, almost a year now, and
7 months you've been in jail, yeah.
yeah, and I mean, I accumulated support and family and friends who were willing to help me succeed too. And I improved though, and I know better now though.
Okay. All right. Were you working at the time of your arrest?
I was self-employed, like, doing car wash jobs and cutting grass and.
Okay. So
I have a
I
job
have no
waiting.
further questions. Y'all have any questions?
How much money were you making doing that, or you were just doing it sporadically?
I was every week. It wasn't much. Like I said, it wasn't much. It was just really just to provide for my kids, for my 3 kids. Really, it wasn't really much. It was just like some food and like a shelter over their head. It wasn't much. That's why I really went check into a shelter for a little while.
So that's why we're trying to help you out a little bit. Okay. Let's hear from your Nicole James, your sister, Miss James.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Tell me what you want us to know about Travian.
Yes, sir. He was in the shelter, and then when I had got my place, I was willing to help, but at the time, we both was trying to help him, but and like he was saying, he do have a job waiting for him when he come home with my uncle. So we've been trying to help him. Like he the only one provide for his kids. So it's like the little money that he had, it was like to buy his kids something to eat, like hygiene. You know what I'm saying? It was like he was trying, but he just one person.
Yes, ma'am. Gotcha. Okay, let's hear from Miss Celestine, your girlfriend. Miss Celestine?
I'm
You don't
sorry.
feel-
I thought y'all had to unmute me. I apologize.
That's okay.
The same thing as her. We are here to help and support him, and we're just trying to, see if we'll be able to get another chance. At the time, he was all over the place. He had to take care of the kids. It wasn't that much of an income because I had just came into the picture, so it's not that much I could have really done. But, we tried our best. He tried his best. It was just so much thrown at him at one time, and he didn't really know how to handle it and what to do with it, especially trying to take care of his kids and himself, being that he didn't really have stable income, a stable household, or anything like that, but we got all that situated now. This is a learning experience to take care of business and do better than what was done. So within the situation of him being in there, a lot of stuff has happened. The kids have been taken and everything. And, when he comes home, hopefully everything works out. We need him back so he can help take care of the kids and everything, get everything back on track, because he was kind of the stability for us with the kids and how everything was running. So it's just like, I'm sorry, I'm very nervous. I don't really know.
Yes,
Let me ask you this. You say y'all have it under control now. What do you have that's under control? You have a job?
Yeah, I have a job. I do healthcare. I get paid every week. And I'm about to start going to school for my CNA license. So that'll be more income. I've been looking for houses for us to have a stable household and for the kids to come over there and everything.
She said his uncle is gonna give him a job also.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Gonna be
I have
doing-
my own job, but the two incomes together will accumulate more money and more investment into the parole and everything.
I see.
And we're gonna try to get him into classes for when he get out for the kids and for like whatever he needs help with, whatever could help the situation, better the situation, stuff like that. Things that could help pass time by. I don't know if it's like programs that he could get into. I'm not really familiar with all of this. So,
Okay,
Thank you.
Ms. Byron?
Mr. Jones, why did you say you didn't report to the parole officer at all?
Like, see, okay, whenever I came home right before New Year's. So when I did report it, it was closed. So they told me to come back the next week. But with that, in between that week right there, that's when I fell into the shelter. And everything was just all, like I said, everything was just all over the place and it was all in front of me. So once that happened, I just stayed there and helped around the shelter until I actually really talked to my sister and stuff like that. And she was like, well, you can come on. I just got me a place. So that's whenever I went to court. I had court in New Orleans Parish. And I was going to see my parole officer, but they end up keeping me in jail for Orleans for missing court. And that's why I couldn't see my parole officer. So
Yeah, what happened with your pending charge that happened before you got on parole?
that's
Has that been
yeah.
changed?
Yeah, that's what would on the 27th, that's gonna be done too. On the 27th. I go on the 27th for that one.
Yeah.
But I mean, everything looking good on that case though.
All right, is the board ready to vote?
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Jones, I've heard everything you had to say. I do find you in violation of condition number 1, 2, and 3, and 10, pretty much by your own admission. Yeah, I just think you need work release. I don't think on your own you're gonna cut it. The work release, you're gonna be able to make money and you can put it in your account. My vote today is that in lieu of revocation, you go to work release for 6 months. For 6 months. That's my vote. Mr. Tillis?
I concur.
Mr. Barrow?
I concur, same reasons.
Okay, so we're gonna try to get them to move you real quick to a work release, get you a job, save your money and send it home to them kids. Good luck to you.
It's done.
Okay, we're here still in Orleans Parish. We're here now for Emmanuel Massey. Mr. Massey, would you state your name and DOC number for the record?
You're on mute.
You're on mute. Might you either hit the button or get the lady in there.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Okay. All right, state your name and DOC number.
Emmanuel Massey, DOC number 593-624.
Okay, Mr. Massey, you're here today for a parole revocation hearing. Do you have your parole questionnaire with you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, do you realize you're not eligible for appointed counsel? If you wanted counsel, you had to hire it?
Yeah, I had talked to my public defender this morning. He said he didn't have to pay in court. He said he was gonna be on here, but I guess he's not coming.
Okay, so you want to proceed without counsel?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Your case has been assigned to Mr. Barras. I'm gonna turn it over to him.
All right, Mr. Massey, it's alleged that you have violated the conditions of your parole in the following manner. Number 4, the subject was engaged in criminal activity as evidenced by his arrest on July 23rd, 2025 by the Orleans Police Department for illegal carrying of a weapon with controlled dangerous substance, possession of a firearm by a felon, possession with intent to distribute cocaine, possession with intent to distribute fentanyl, possession with the intent to distribute controlled dangerous substance within 2,000 feet of a school zone. And the only one of these charges that you were prosecuted on is only bill charge was possession of a firearm by a felon, which was now processed on 12/17/25. How do you plead to that violation?
Not guilty.
All right. Number 5 says that you were in possession of a firearm as evidenced by your arrest on January 23rd by the New Orleans Police Department for illegal carrying of a weapon with a controlled dangerous substance and possession of a firearm by a felon. Cocaine, fentanyl, CDS in the school zone. How do you plead to that one?
Not guilty.
The subject fails to provide proof of employment. How do you plead to that one?
Guilty.
Subject has made no payments toward his supervision fee and is currently $189 in arrears. How do you plead to that one?
Guilty.
All right. Looks like we have two violations that you plead not guilty to. And that would be violation of number 4, all the drugs and the fentanyl and the firearm found in your backpack. It looks like at the preliminary hearing, the body camera footage showed the officers removing the gun and the drugs from your backpack. What do you have to say about that?
Honestly, they pulled up late when I was called from home to come pick up my son. I was told that his bike had broke down where he was at, which led to me going over there to see what was wrong, what the problem was. And in the midst of doing that, I saw him doing some things, and I, tried to chastise him and bill forward and take it from him and stuff. And the police just so happened to ride up a little bit, and they just, I guess they just caught it in my possession, but me trying to be a parent to my 14-year-old son, trying to save him from getting in the street life or whatever. So I was doing nothing. I was just really going to pick up my son and bring him home. But in the midst of all that, they just kind of told me to, get away from the bike and all that. And, but I never knew that they had a firearm in the backpack neither. I just took it from them. But they just so happened to charge me with everything. And here I am today in front of the board.
You saying the backpack did not belong to you that you had?
No, it didn't.
It was for your son?
Yeah, I took it from my son.
Why did you take it from him?
Huh?
Why did you take it from him?
Because I know the things that be going on in the area and all that, and I ain't want the police to do them nothing, you know. So, as I approached, I thought I saw him doing something, but you know, I had took what he had in his possession, and I took the backpack off him and told him to get in the car. But I had to wait for a ride for somebody to come pick up his dirt bike so I could bring it around the corner where he lived at. But before all that could happen, like I said, the police had pulled up and they was running for people from in front of the store. And I wasn't nowhere near the store. I was on the end where his bike broke down at. And on their way finished doing what they doing, they just stopped by me and just harassed me and just told me to get off the bike and all that. And that led up to my arrest.
Talking about a dirt bike?
Sure.
Well, the police write a little different story than what you're.
I know they did. They on it.
It says, according to the New Orleans Police Department, offense report dated July 23rd, 25, officers were conducting patrol in the area of Cigarette Express, an area known for illegal narcotic sales and gun violence. The subject was observed riding a red and black and white dirt bike. The parking lot of the Cigarette Express is surrounded by city streets. His son subject stated the dirt bike belonged to his son, who lived off of Elizabeth Boulevard, which is approximately 1 mile away from Cigarette Express. This means you would have had to ride the dirt bike to that location. Officers asked you for your driver's license and you stated you did not have any form of identification on your person. Due to not having identification, officers placed the subject in handcuffs and detained him. One officer noticed a small knife in the pocket of the backpack you were wearing. When officers removed the backpack for officer safety, they felt what's believed to be a handgun and could smell raw marijuana emitting from the backpack. The backpack was searched and a black Ruger Security 9 was located in the main compartment. While making the weapon safe, it was discovered there was 1 round loaded in the chamber. Loose marijuana in the front pocket of the backpack. Also located in the backpack was a gray, black and white ski mask, a black digital scale containing white powder and residue, purple notebook containing a ledger with a running tally of numbers consistent with drug sales, a black knife, 30 individual clear plastic bags, a plastic bag containing unused syringes. Upon conducting the search of the person, officers located 2 clear plastic bags containing off-white rock substance in the subject's left front pocket, 1 plastic bag containing 5 small individually wrapped bags of white rock-like substance. The other plastic bag contained 3 bags of individually wrapped off-white-like substance and 1 plastic bag of off-white rock-like substance, and 1 plastic bag containing 6 bags of bluish powder. Field tested, conducted, and identified the substances in the backpack, in the black pack. New Orleans officers removed the backpack and the firearm was removed from the backpack. So they found a bunch of stuff in the backpack, but they also found stuff in your pockets. The stuff in your pocket was for your son too?
I told you earlier, I stated I had pulled up and was chastising him, and I took what he had on him. And yeah, I took it out of his pocket, but I was never observed. Like, they never seen me riding no bike. I know what the report said, but they also testified he never seen me riding a bike. The bike was never started, running or nothing. But I noticed what the report said. I read it multiple times, and I was talking to my public defender about it, trying to challenge the issue, which was also the reason why they dismissed the charge. But I'm pretty aware about what the report said, but it did not happen, as they written.
Okay.
What about the statement on the body camera that you made? You got me right. I'm justified. I'm not justified in what I did or what I had. Why'd you say that on the body camera?
because I didn't want them to take my son. I didn't want them to know he was involved.
So your whole intention was to take the rap for your son?
Yes, sir.
Bad decision. Okay. So we covered number 4 and 5. Number 6, I will work at a job approved by my parole officer, and if I become unemployed, I will immediately report this to my parole officer. The subject had failed to provide proof of employment. And you pled guilty to that, I believe.
Pled guilty to 6 and 10.
Yeah, okay, so. And number 10, that you didn't pay your supervision fees, you pled guilty to that. So I think you've answered all the questions I have. Does anyone else have any questions?
No.
I have a question. Ready to vote?
All right. I'm voting first, and I think you made a terrible mistake by taking all of those drugs and guns to protect your son. Now you're gonna have to pay the price for it, which you were probably planning on paying anyway when you did it. So I have no choice but to revoke your parole.
I also find you in violation of number 4, 5, 6, and 10. And I also vote to revoke your parole.
I concur with Mr. Freeman on the violations, and my vote is to revoke.
Good luck to you, sir. We ain't had much choice.
Thanks.
All right.
Okay, the parole board is called back to order. We're now here for the revocation of Herbert Moon. Mr. Moon, would you state your name and DOC number for the record?
He's muted. You guys unmuted.
You need to unmute.
Herbert Moon, 495-612.
Okay, do you have a parole questionnaire with you? Yes, sir. Did you sign that paper?
Yes, sir.
Realize you're not eligible for appointed counsel. If you wanted counsel, you would have had to hire it. And you are represented by counsel, Ms. Brittany Young. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Ms. Young, you want to state your name for the record?
And Brittany Young on behalf of Mr. Herbert Moon.
Okay, Ms. Young. And we'll let you speak at the end if that's okay, and you can advise your client anytime during the hearing. Okay? And then we'll also hear later from Terry Pierce, Orleans Public Defender Client Advocate, and Quintella Harris, fiance. So your case was assigned to Mr. Barrow. Mr. Barrow, would you lead us in the questioning?
All right, I'm gonna go through the list of violations and ask you to plead guilty or not guilty, or guilty with a statement. The first violation is the offender failed to live at the address of record, that he was last seen at that residence on 3/11/25, and an arrest warrant for absconding was issued on 9/9/25. How do you plead to violation number 3?
Not guilty.
Number 4, the offender was engaged in criminal activity as evidenced by his arrest on 11/2/25 by Louisiana State Police. The offender was booked and charged with domestic abuse battery involving strangulation. How do you plead to that?
Not guilty.
Number 6, the offender failed to provide proof of employment to his parole officer. How do you plead to that?
Excuse me, running back.
That you failed to provide proof of employment to your parole officer.
Okay. Not guilty with a statement.
The offender failed to allow his parole officer to visit at his residence as he was last seen at residence on 3/11/25. An arrest warrant was issued on 9/9/25 for this violation. How do you plead to that one?
Not guilty.
And the subject has made no payments toward the supervision fees and is currently $189 in arrears. How do you plead to that one?
I made payments to the officer.
It says you made no payments. You saying you did make payments?
Yes, I made payments, sir.
How many did you?
I made it all the way till I came to jail, all the way to November. October, November, probably the last payment I had.
So you made payments since you've been in jail?
I made payments before I came to jail.
In October and November?
I had the last payment probably was like October was my last payment.
Okay.
I have receipts and proof for that.
All right, let's back up to question number 3 about where you lived. You said you pled not guilty to that violation. It looks like Agent Goins advised that the offender failed to live in the address of record, and the offender was last seen at that address on 3/11. Arrest warrant was issued on 9/9/25. Agent Goins then supplied narratives, NOPD report, and body camera video as evidence. Hearing Officer Gregoire reviewed the narratives and located several dates where attempts were made to locate the parolee at that residence. The police report states that the victim indicated the parolee did not live at 609 Solomon Street. Body camera video also indicates that the victim indicated to NOPD that the parolee did not reside with her at 609 Solomon Street. So where did you reside?
I was still sleeping outside in my cup. at that residence.
Outside in the car?
I still was staying at that residence with that person.
You were sleeping outside in the car at 609 Solomon Street?
Hmm.
And why were you sleeping in the car there?
Because at times like I couldn't go inside and get in there, I still sleep outside in the car. I still sleep there. When I didn't get inside, I still get inside the house and go to sleep. I still stayed at the residence the whole time.
And why couldn't you get inside? That was like when you and the girl were fighting?
No, we never was really fighting. It's like when they have a disagreement on something that a dislike, I would on inside in there. But I sleep outside in the car.
Well, did you make your parole officer aware that you were sleeping in the car outside that residence?
I let my parole officer know everything I was doing at the moment. I stayed there still.
Okay. All right. Any colleagues have questions about that violation? All right. Number 4 says she will not engage in criminal activity or associate with persons known to be in criminal activity. Agent Goins advised that the offender was engaged in criminal activity when he was arrested on November 2nd, 2025 by the Louisiana State Police. The offender was booked for domestic abuse involving strangulation. The Orleans DA refused the charges on 12/14/25. Agent Goins supplied the police report, arrest warrant, including the body camera video evidence. The hearing officer reviewed the report and video. Officer Gregoire learned from the report and the video that Mr. Harris stated the parolee Ms. Harris stated that the parolee did put both his hands around her neck, choking her where she was close to losing consciousness. Ms. Harris then stated that she was intimidated by the parolee via threats of her life. Ms. Harris stated that she reported the incident late due to the parolee's threats. Ms. Harris is consulting with her sister, who suggested she make the police report at that time, which she did. Agent Gregoire learned via report and video that Ms. Harris answered all 5 NOPD domestic abuse risk questions positively. Ms. Harris verbally stated that her only child fears the parolee. Additionally, Ms. Harris verbally states that the parolee was armed with a firearm located in his waistband during the attack. And Ms. Harris only responded by stating the offender and herself were back in a relationship and incident was a misunderstanding regarding being contacted later on after the fact. So it looks like she describes pretty much of an attack. What happened there?
Nothing never really happened because I never was on the scene for the incident where it took place. I was never nowhere around her when that happened.
So you're saying she made up the whole thing?
Yes, sir.
And may I,
We're gonna get,
no, I just, I'm sorry, to just respectfully request for Ms.
Okay, I'm sorry, ma'am. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to if this is a time to respectfully request Ms. Harris to, if this is a time for her to speak.
I guess we do.
Yeah, I want to hear from Ms. Harris now so we can address this violation. Okay, Ms. Harris. You on mute, Ms. Harris?
She's still.
Good morning. How y'all doing? My name Quintella Harris. I'm here on behalf of HERBERT MOON. Actually, when that happened, I was angry. You know, it was a misunderstanding. And for as me filing a police report, maybe the police officer misunderstood what I was saying, but he never had a fire. You know, like I said, I was angry. And I apologize on my behalf and Herbert behalf. You know, I just I'm pregnant right now and my emotions is everywhere. And I was all over the place. When I saw him talking to a female, I just wanted him to hurt how I was hurting. He never once disrespected me, never once put his hands on me. He never did any of that. Like I said, I was angry and I wanted him to feel the hurt that I was feeling. Like I said, I was wrong and I own up to, my wrongdoing and I apologize. But for him living at that address, he always stayed at that address. After I falsified the police report, Herbert still came home. He'll wait till I cool off and he'll sit in a car or whatever, but he never once, you know, put his hands on me or any of that. So like I said, I apologize and
How we
I
not
didn't
just scared right now?
wait, what you said, sir?
How we know you're not just scared right now? I mean, you stayed
Oh
up and
no,
down
I'm
how
not.
scared you are of him,
No,
and now you're saying not.
no, I'm not scared. I never was scared of her, but he never once disrespected me. He always was a gentleman. He never once put his hands on me. Like I said, I was angry, and I wanted him to hurt just like I heard it when I caught him with a female.
I understand, but it's very aggravating to the board because you have a statement that you say you are afraid of him.
Oh no, I'm not afraid of him.
Officer asked that, so you lied to the officer?
Yeah, maybe the officer misunderstood what I was saying. I never once said I was afraid of him. I'm not afraid of him at all.
Okay, all right.
So like I said, I apologize, but I never once said I was afraid of him. Maybe the officer misunderstood what I was saying. The communication was all, but I'm not afraid of him, sir. We have a child together and I'm expecting
saying
twins.
that's in two different spots. That's when he asked you the 5 questions he asked and you said you was afraid. And then you just outright made the statement that you were afraid. So it's just.
No, I never said I was afraid of him. I never said I was afraid of him. I said I never was afraid of her, but
Okay.
never. And I said I apologize on my behalf and the board behalf.
You realize that what you did is a crime.
Yes, I really, like I
filed charges.
So you want us to believe you now and believe that you're telling the truth now and believe that you were lying to the police. That's what you want us to believe today.
like I said, I apologize. I know, my parents spoke with me about it and told me that I was wrong. I know I was wrong and I apologize. I wasn't raised like that, sir.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
I didn't only just hurt me, I heard her, but and I heard our child.
Correct. All right, let's go on and hear from, you want to hear from Terry Pierce or you want to finish your violation?
It doesn't matter what you finish. We can hear from either way.
Okay, Mr. Terry Pierce, why don't you go on and tell us, what the Orleans Public Defender has for us?
Yes, good morning. Thank you for allowing me to speak on behalf of Mr. Moon. I have been communicating with Mr. Moon approximately 2 weeks after he was arrested and appointed to our office. Mr. Moon, according to him and we communicated, he has been never had any domestic in his records. He's not a violent person towards female. He have the utmost respect for him, as he stated. And if that is a problem between him and his fiance regarding, having these off and on mood swings, we have the New Beginning Behavior and Family Services program located in the same building as our office that we can refer to both of them to and let them do inpatient, outpatient, and off and on going into the office and get treatment for that type of incident. According to listening to Miss Harris, this incident occurred months before he was arrested. I mean, and they were still interacting. So maybe she just got a little upset and confused about the situation, seeing him speaking with another female and things of that nature. But Mr. Moon, according to his records as well, is not a type of person that be disrespectful to more the female gender. I mean, and we would hope that this board give Mr. Moon an opportunity to go home and do what he has to do. He had been paying his fees and working, trying to maintain a peaceful life. And this just a little matter that went too far. That's all.
Not a
And we
little matter.
appreciate if y'all allow
Take
him to
it
go
seriously.
home. Thank you.
Okay. All right, we'll move on to violation number 6. That you were working an approved employment plan and Agent Goins advised the defender has never provided proof of employment to his parole officer. What you have to say about that one? Plead guilty to that one. Not guilty. Number 6. Not guilty.
Okay, what do you have to say about number 6? Not guilty with a statement.
My statement was, sir, that at the time I was going to job 1 and was about to start working at job 1, helping me out to get a job. And going to trucking school in behalf of that was going to help me out and better my situation.
And at the hearing, you said you have proof that you were at job 1. Do you have that proof today, or does somebody have that proof for you?
I had proof that my payments had been paid on my parole fees.
No, I'm talking about number 6. When you pled not guilty and elected to give a statement, the parolee stated that he had proof where he was involved with job 1 in New Orleans. Do you have any proof of that today?
No, sir, I don't have no proof of that right now. I don't have no proof of that.
And job 1 is what?
I was about to get moved into that class.
Job 1's like a temporary service when you go for work?
Yes, sir.
All right.
That's like an unemployment agency that help you out to get jobs and better your career.
Right. And number 9, that you agree to visits at your residence or place of employment by the parole officer at any time, and also agree to searches of your person at any time when reasonable suspicion exists has been involved in criminal activity. Agent Goins stated the defender failed to follow his parole officer instructions to failed to allow his parole officer to visit him at his residence as he was last seen there on March 11, 2025. The arrest warrant was issued on 9/9/25. Agent Goins provided the arrest warrant and narratives as part of the evidence. And you say you're not guilty. You originally told us about in the beginning that you were at that residence, even though that your girlfriend said you didn't reside there, and the officer never found you there. That's what you're gonna say for this one too?
Yes, sir. The officer found me there every time he came over there when I was there, sir. Every time he came to visit me, I was there.
Did you talk to him?
Yes, sir. I was talking to him. I had a visit. I talked to him at the residence. He came in the house and everything.
So now you're saying the parole officer lied, the girlfriend lied, the parole officer lied too?
No, I'm not saying that, man. I'm saying that the parole officer had came over there when I was there, sir, and visited me over there. Like, he's visiting me over there.
I never saw you since March 11th of 2025, and I had to get a warrant for you in September because he still hadn't seen you. What was happening during March and September?
I talked to him and was giving him information for us, like, where's my whereabouts and what I'm doing. Like, I was still over there at that house. Now, he didn't come over there at the time when I was still staying there. That wasn't on me. That was on the parole officer. I was still staying at this house. My warning get put out since September. Why that warning that wasn't put out in May, April, June, July, if that was the case, if I wasn't in contact with him, sir? Think about that. You saw me in March.
It looks like he was giving you enough rope to hang yourself.
I never had enough rope to hang myself. If I was in robbery with my parole officer, seeing him and paying him monthly, how can I have enough rope to hang myself and I never was on no charge?
And the same victim here who said she was lying about the charges told them that you did not reside at that address with her. So she was lying about that too, right?
Yes, sir.
She was lying and the parole officer was lying.
I never said it.
Now I got it.
About this, sir.
I got it. Okay.
Sir, can I say something?
Yeah.
Okay, I, like I said, he never once, like the parole officer, every time Mr. Goins came there, Herbert was there. He always was there. And when me and him got into it, like I said, he'll go in the car and cool off. He always stayed at that address. It never was no other addresses. And I'm sorry this escalated and it went so far, and I apologize on my behalf. I didn't know it was gonna go this, get this serious, and I'm so sorry.
Are you still in a relationship with him?
Yes, that we planning to get married.
Okay.
I'm expecting twins right now. I'm due August the 10th.
Okay, any other questions?
I have no more questions.
And I do want to state for the record that Mr. Goins is a fifth felony offender. He should have known his rules. And there is plenty violence on his rap sheet. There is violence on the rap sheet. Not toward women, but they do have violence on the rap sheet. Okay, is the panel ready to vote?
I'm ready.
Ms. Barra?
All right, Mr. Moon, I find you guilty of violation number 3, number 6, number 9, and number 10. And I'm gonna recommend that your parole be revoked.
Ms. Tillis?
I concur with Mr. Barra.
Oh, do you want to close out, or do you have anything else to say? She did talk, but do you have anything else to say, Ms. Attorney, Ms. Harris?
Yes,
This is the attorney.
yes, I'm.
No, Ms. Young.
I would just say overall, this is obviously a relationship situation that does need to be resolved between Mr. Moon and Ms. Harris, and I do not think a revocation would solve that. Mr. Pierce is a client advocate. He's the reason why we have this service in our office, is to attack situations like this, because relationships do cause escalated situations. We weren't there. Just to be honest, I wasn't there. Mr. Pierce wasn't there. The only people there was Mr. Moon and Ms. Harris. And I would just say they're already engaged with each other. They already have children with each other. Both of them they're raising these children together.
That's what scares me. That doesn't scare you? That they get ready to have twins and this is the kind of relationship they got?
But the way to solve that is through services, through therapy. It's through services. It's not him sitting in jail, especially when she is having to raise twin newborns by herself if he gets revoked. That is the situation. Like I said, I understand that charges were there was an arrest, but charges were dropped. And now we're just stuck with this situation where it's a relationship between two people, where I believe, as an attorney, as a defense attorney, not just as a defense attorney, but as a person, that this needs to be solved outside of the criminal system. This is a matter between two people. They do love each other. They have children with each other, and they are engaged. And it seems from Ms. Harris's words that they are planning on continuing that relationship, where there's a marriage. That's a matrimony. That is a legal binding thing that's very serious. And if even after all of this and they're still deciding to go through with a marriage, I believe the best decision for not only for them, but for their children, is that their father is home, especially with 2 newborn children, where the most psychologically, the most important time of their lives is literally when they're first born. They need their father. They not just only need their mother, they also need their father to be there too. So that's just my point of view on that.
Yes, ma'am. Okay,
Say something else too, like,
All of the testimony's over now. We're ready to vote.
I concur with Mr. Barra.
I also concur, Mr. Vira. I feel that you have violated the conditions of your parole, and I think at this time your parole needs to be revoked. Good luck to you, sir. Okay, we're back in Orleans Parish, to have a revocation hearing on Mr. Andrew CAUSEY. Mr. CAUSEY, state your name and DLC number for the record, please, sir. You're on mute, Mr. CAUSEY.
Andrew CAUSEY, 624046.
Okay, Mr. CAUSEY, today you're here for a revocation hearing. Could you please show me, do you have your parole questionnaire with you? That's it. Do you realize you're not eligible for appointed counsel? If you want counsel, you have to hire it?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
I have counsel here.
Yes, sir, you sure do. Miss Sharon, is it Hunter, Miss Sharon?
Yes, Sharon Hunter.
Okay, please, and you're gonna be his attorney of record, correct?
Yes, that's correct. Sharon Hunter, bar number 7087.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Mhm.
And you'll be able to speak at the end or anytime during the hearing if you want to advise him of matters, you can, okay?
Thank you so much.
And we also have Kiyoka Patterson, your cousin, and she's not here. Okay, we hadn't gotten her yet, so all we have is the attorney. Okay, your hearing was assigned to Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tillis, you want to lead us in this hearing?
Yeah, good afternoon, Mr. CAUSEY. How are you?
Oh, I'm okay. I'm great today.
Good. We have some violations that were broken, and I'm going to ask you to plead guilty, not guilty, or with a statement. Violation number 3, when you were reported for intake on 7/10/23, you provided an address of 1643 Montego. Contact was attempted with you at that address on 9/28/23, and the residence was vacant. You failed to report to the correct and current address to your agent, resulting in a warrant being issued for your arrest. How do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or with a statement?
With a statement.
Guilty or not guilty?
Guilty with a statement.
Okay. Tell us about it. You might want to go. Well, I just like to get in motion or whatever. Go ahead, tell us about it.
Oh, well, I was staying at the address and we had moved. And I guess when she came there, I wasn't there, but I called and I should have did more to get in touch with her. And I left a message, but evidently it didn't make it, and that was on me.
Okay. Rule number 6, you failed to obtain employment, or if you have failed to provide proof of your to your agent. How do you plead? Guilty or not guilty, or with a statement?
Not guilty with a statement.
What happened?
I had employment. When I try to, like I said, when I try to reach out, I didn't try hard enough. I didn't go down there, so she didn't get my call. She didn't get my message, so that was on me again.
Okay. Violation number 9, you failed to provide a correct and current address, preventing your agent from visiting you at the resident. How do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or with a statement?
Was that the first question?
It is the same thing.
Same thing. So you say you failed to give her your address, you called her?
Yes, it evidently didn't get to her, so yes. That's
okay. Number 10, you are in $1,312 in the arrear towards your supervision fees. How do you plead? Guilty,
not guilty.
Not guilty. What happened?
I was behind. I paid some, and it should have been paid up, but I guess she didn't check. Well, it's on me again. I guess it didn't come up in the computer when she checked it, so it should be in there now, but that's why I say not guilty.
Okay. I'd like to hear from your attorney now, if she'd like to speak.
Yes, I was just getting ready to ask if I could speak in reference to number one, the violation relative to his fines and fees or his payments. It's my understanding, and upon being hired, I presented that information to Ms. Hill, Gina Hill, in reference to he had missed several payments for quite some time, but there was a lump sum payment, and I have a receipt that indicates that everything is all paid up. So that information, again, about a month maybe or so ago, that was provided. I don't know if you all have it in your file. I was informed by Ms. Hill that she had forwarded that information on to you. But if not, and if there's any discrepancy in reference to that, within the next 30 days, upon us getting a full statement, because I don't believe it's $1,000. I don't believe it's anything significant, but whatever it is, Mr. Andrew Causey's family members and friends have indicated that they will pay that up fully within the next 2 weeks to 3 weeks.
Okay, what about the other violations? You wanted to comment on those?
Yes, also in reference to his employment, over a month ago, again, I supplied a statement to Ms. Hill in reference to Mr. Andrew Causey's employment, wherein his employer indicated that he had been employed there since, got it right here in front of me, I want to get the exact date, March 11th of 2024. That he has been employed with Quality Masonry. Again, that has been provided to Ms. Hill over a month ago. And on just last week, in reference to his employment, I asked them to update that. And that was also forwarded. I checked with the staff at the probation and parole office there in Baton Rouge. They indicated that they had received that document, and that also would be given to all of you all.
Yeah, we have a copy of
in
it.
preparation, for this hearing today.
Okay.
Again, that employer that came in just last week, and he indicates that Mr. Causey has been employed there, and he continues to hold his position for him should he be released. That he was a very loyal employee, reporting on time, working well with others. So he still has that employment available to him if he and
Where
upon
will
his
he
release.
reside? Where's gonna be his residence?
Mr. Causey, I need you to give your precise
49.
address at this point. I've been in contact with the lady that he has been with over the last year and a half. In fact, earlier, but she had worked today, so she could not still be here. But she's maintained contact with him while he's been incarcerated, and with myself. So, Mr. Andrew, give him your precise address, please.
4906 Flake Avenue.
And how long have you stayed there?
I've been there like almost 2 years, a year and a half.
Okay. Why didn't you advise your parole officer of that? I mean, all of this wouldn't he be here?
I say I should have.
Okay, I know. Okay. At least you're owning up to it. Okay.
I should have went down.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. In the future, remember, if you can't get him on the phone, you best go down there.
Yes,
And
sir.
that is what I've advised Mr. Causey, that certainly sometimes we don't get a call or get through in our first call or two or three or even six, but the liability was incumbent upon him to to make sure he made the contact, not just rely upon making a telephone call or two. And of course, after a while, you get lazy with that, and then you kind of go on. I was a little surprised when I talked with his employer, and checked into his records that he had this 2-year consistent work schedule. Well, that was something to be reported and to make sure that everybody has. So, I mean, you've been in the back going on 90 days for sheer stupidity almost. Excuse my language, but I'm an old lawyer, 42 years. I just call some things short.
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
I have no more questions.
I have no more questions either.
And we further note for the record that, I mean, he has no new violations, no criminal activity of any sort. But I mean, just to not stay in touch and not make those monthly payments, and just have a big gap like that, I mean, we are here today. So
I am not the type of guy to just run away from my responsibility. I have children, New Orleans and in Texas. I'm present, but I'm here now.
All right.
We also note for the record one other document, an affidavit that we did submit with one of the children, well, 3 of the children's parents, for which Mr. CAUSEY has fathered, and she again indicates that he's very active in their life since he's been released, that he sees them almost daily, that he provides for them. So he's not using his employment and the funds from his employment just out there partying around. He has made some effort to live up to some responsibility, again falling short, on his reporting requirements.
So we're ready to vote?
I got a question.
Okay, Mr. Byron.
Mr. Causey, I noticed when you did report for that one and only time for intake, you tested positive for marijuana at that intake. Does continued use of drugs might have something to do with why you didn't want to go back to the parole officer?
No, sir. I left that life alone a long time ago. That is not me. That happened when I realized I was coming home. It was like a celebration, but that life is behind me.
Well, just tell me briefly then, because I'm just not understanding, why wouldn't you just go and contact your parole officer? I read your narratives from your officer. There's no record of phone calls. There's no record of anything except them trying to find you. And when they went to your house that you listed, the neighbors said the place was vacant. Why would you not want to be on parole when you're not even committing more violations?
Well, I wanted to be on parole. Yes, I never said I want. I said
actions show you didn't want to be on parole. You might have wanted to be on parole, but your actions don't look like you want to be on parole, because when you're on parole, you report.
Yes, like I said,
and you notify when you move, and you pay your fees on time. That didn't do all those.
I tried, like I said, I tried to call. I should have been more attentive with my schedule. I should have went down there. Evidently, the call wasn't, my message wasn't making it to her, and that's on me, sir. That's on me. I should have went down there, sir. And when I did, made a payment on the automatic, when they send you a letter in the mail, like saying you're behind, I updated my address on the line. So it was still on me. I should have went down there, and I don't know why I thought I was doing so good by calling and updating my address through the automated operator, thinking she might get it, but running, hiding, it wasn't me. It wasn't me. I know what it looked like, sir, and I'm not denying what the paper say in front of you, sir, but hiding and running is not me for my responsibilities.
Okay. All right. I got a better picture. I don't understand it, but I got a better picture.
Okay. You ready to vote?
Yes.
Okay.
My vote today is going to be to revoke for rule number 3 and number 9.
All right, my recommendation is gonna be do not revoke and put you in a transitional work program with the department just to build you some structure about reporting and paying and working and being in line, then you can go back to supervision from there.
You're shaking your head yes to that. So you agree to that? You'll go over there and make some money?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna agree with Mr. Byron. My vote is today, in lieu of revocation, to send you to work release for 6 months. And then you'll be back on parole. Make sure you report when you get out of there and don't blow that money at the canteen. Save it for your family.
Yes, sir.
Okay, good luck to you, sir.
All right, you too.
And we're signing off at Orleans at 12:17. Okay, we're now at Livingston Parish Detention Center. My name is Pete Freeman. I am the acting chair today. Along with me on the panel to my left is Mr. Tillis, to my right is Mr. Barra. We're, like I said, we're now at Livingston. Would the staff at Livingston please introduce yourself?
My name is Sergeant Jennifer Gomez of Classifications.
Thank you, Ms. Gomez. Is there anything you want to tell us about Mr. Petree since he's been there?
He hasn't had, I'm also over disciplinary. He hasn't had any disciplinary write-ups or incidents since his incarceration.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Petree, would you state your name and DOC number for the record?
It's John Petree, 529632.
Okay, and do you have a parole questionnaire with you, Mr. Petree?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you realize you're not eligible for appointed counsel. If you want a counsel, you would have to hire counsel?
Yes, sir, I understand.
Okay, do you want counsel or you want to proceed?
I'll proceed.
Okay, your case has been assigned to Mr. Barra, so Mr. Barra is gonna lead this investigation.
All right, Mr. Petrie, it's alleged that you have violated the conditions of your parole in the following manner. Violation number 4, on or about 11/12/25, parolee was arrested in Livingston Parish and charged with violation of a protective order. And this charge was ended up being dismissed. Do you have anything to say about that? Guilty, not guilty, guilty with a statement?
No, sir, not guilty.
Not guilty, it didn't happen?
Yes, no, sir, it did not happen.
All right. Well, it looks like the police wrote a report about it. And Ms. Ruiz advised that something happened.
Yes, sir. So when I left, when I left out last time on my good time date, I had a court hearing about the protective order. And they re-stipulated inside the protective order that I was allowed to contact Ms. Ruiz. She's my ex-wife of 6 years and we have a 6-year-old daughter. So they stipulated that I was able to contact her in order to set up visitation for my daughter. So everything was going great. One day I got pulled over and they brought me to jail for this charge. So I got my legal counsel and they set a trial date, which at the trial date, the charges were dismissed. Because it didn't happen the way that she said it happened.
Okay. What about the law enforcement records indicate that you violated protective orders against you on 4 separate instances prior to this one? Was it all involving Ms. Ruiz?
Yes, sir. It's my ex-wife.
And what happened with those?
Same thing. She gets upset and calls the police, and because of my past criminal record, I come to jail. I haven't been found guilty of any of those protective orders.
I see on one of them that you violated the order by calling the victim when you shouldn't have. You're telling me now that you had permission, even though a protective order was in place, that you could contact her?
Yes, sir. So when I left,
you have a copy of that protective order stating that with you?
No, sir, I don't. It was so when I left, when I was paroled out last time, in the middle of my incarceration, last time, she called and said that I called from jail. So they put a warrant out for violating the protective order while I was doing the time, that sentence. So they brought me back here at the end of my sentence, that 2-year sentence. They brought me back here and I was booked in on a misdemeanor. So when they brought me back to court for that, right before I got released, my lawyer and I went to court for that charge, and I was never found guilty of anything. Ms. Ruiz came and they revised the protective order to say that I was allowed to call only to speak to her about visitation for our daughter. And then I was released from here back out on my good term date.
And on those other violations of the protective order, the prior ones we were talking about, not this one, how were those protective orders violated? The same telephone technique or in person? How did the other four violations happen?
I'm not sure. I want to say that they were the same thing. But like I said, I was never found guilty on any violation of a protective order.
How many times have you been to court for violating a protective order? I'm not guilty.
This time and the time where I took the 2-year sentence for the simple burglary. Inside the simple burglary, there was also a violation of a protective order, but I pled out to the simple burglary.
And the simple burglary you're talking about is a simple burglary of an inhabited dwelling and unauthorized entry of an inhabited dwelling that you
Yes,
currently
sir.
have? That's what you're
Yes, sir.
on right now?
Yes, sir.
That involved Ms. Ruiz also?
Yes, sir.
Man, we got a long history with her.
Yes, we do.
Well, tell me what's your plans with her?
So when I went to court this time, when these charges got dropped, my attorney and I talked with the district attorney, and it was suggested that there is a family matrix app, so that we set up the app on my phone, she sets up an app on her phone, and all communication is monitored through the 21st Judicial District Court system, so that everything that's said back and forth is monitored by the court, and they can always bring it back up so that I won't have this problem again.
That's good.
All right, I'm gonna ask you this, and I hate to interrupt you, but while I found it. Okay, you went to court August 14th, 2025, which showed that Mr. Pierce had called her at that time. Ms. Ruiz then presented a civil protection order issued on August 14th, 2025 by Judge Cash, which states you can only contact her by text. Did you have a copy of that?
Yes, sir. That's the, yes, sir.
So why did you call her if you could only text her?
Misunderstanding. So it was going great. Setting up visitation between her and myself and my daughter was going fantastic. There was no issues at all. And I can't remember if she reached out to me first by telephone to talk about a visitation or not. But there was absolutely no problem between either one of us. And I'm not sure why she got upset and why this happened. Why was there this misunderstanding? But I know for sure that I'm going to use the Family Matrix app. That way I don't ever have this problem again. Or for her either, to protect her and to protect me.
We don't have anything, Charles?
Yeah, we do. I'll call for executive session.
I second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for executive session. Time now is 12:34. We are going into executive session to discuss confidential matters. We'll be right back with you, Mr. Petrie.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Let him have it.
Okay, we're back in session. It's 12:37. I think the panel's ready to vote. Mr. Barra?
Well, before we vote, I'd like to just go ahead and let you have the last say so here and tell us why, you think we should not revoke you or what we should do with you based on all these protective order violations and all these problems that you've had that are here before us today. So go ahead, you get the last word.
Yes, sir. I've had the last 4.5 months to think about the situation and the past situations, and I love my child more than anything. That's why I have the open or trying to keep the relationship open with Miss Ruiz. Not as far as relationship, but communication for my daughter. But it's coming to jail and being out of her life isn't worth it. I can't be a father to her if I'm here. So more than anything, I'm going to take the district attorney's advice and strictly go by this app so that everything is seen through the court, and that I won't be away from my child anymore. Miss Ruiz won't be put in a bad predicament, and neither will I. I appreciate y'all's time, and that's it. Thank you.
All right, since I vote first, I'm gonna just let you know that your case scares me a lot because you have continued to violate these protective orders, whether you want to admit it or not. There's a problem between you and Miss Ruiz, and for that reason, the continuous violation of protective orders, I'm going to vote to revoke your parole.
Tillis?
I am also a little concerned, and I believe that you really want to do the right thing. My vote is going to be do not revoke.
Okay. Thank you, sir. My vote is, see, the thing that's holding me up is that you got 4 months left on supervision. I'm sure you know that. You get out in July, so there's no other programs we can send you to in that time, and I have concerns too. So I'm err on the side of public safety. My vote today is going to be to revoke. Good luck. We're closing.